Chapter 967. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of falling heavenly river source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qing Kong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't, because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably. What secret?" She had come to explore the source of the falling heavenly river because of Feng Jioga's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Jioga's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou State. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou State?" Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade, "Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7 against the immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Jioga's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jioga, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of falling heavenly river, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. It shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat, my celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 water path Gu immortal by Zhang Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central continent, celestial court. Bright light shone on heaven overseeing tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the three immortals. Heaven overseeing tower lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiuxing were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this heaven overseeing tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more goo worms, they worked day and night to repair the goo worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the three immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement goo worms. The goo worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house after all. It had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the goo worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply, holding Fate Goo and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiuxing urged, "Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower?" "Thank you for your concern, it's fine." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. At his will, Fate Goo in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Goo could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Goo Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 Goo Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Goo, he had tortured generations of Celestial Court Goo Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking, Red Lotus True Inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is secondary, and that graceful chaotic duel stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals making a move. Even rank 8 Goo Immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon, he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while celestial quartz Gu immortal by Tsang Shuai was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Bai Tsang Shuai had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Bai Tsang Shuai's expression showed disappointment. Soon she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the Gu formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards immortal zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, immortal zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were Gu immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial quartz Gu immortal by Tsang Shuai's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up? 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply, sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp, he was cut into 2, even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. He is not Envoy Qing, his mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless, he turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun felt a chill in their hearts, they were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate, they were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun could not escape or evade, they could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Haha, I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, and Pulling Water Immortal Gu as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Gu. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the Gu worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Gu. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of Gu worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Gu to create a high-grade life and death-blessed land, to regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luopa Valley, Tai by Yunxing had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luopa Valley to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation sacred land on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Together with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now, he could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie? When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal Gu house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path Gu worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Langia, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life. I slowly climbed up step by step. My connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining Gu and setting up a Gu immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Northern Plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal Gu houses, but the aura of Northern Plains Gu immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a Northern Plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary Gu immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times. He pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became. His immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, her skin was tender like snow, her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with Gu immortal aura. She was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Mei Hua. People call me Granny Mei Hua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Mei Hua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female Gu master Hu Mei heir. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a Gu immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe. His sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was tall and thin. He looked like a middle-aged man. He had a tall nose bridge. His eyes were long and thin. His pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy. He was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Mei Hua. I have long heard of your name. I am Sheng Ying. I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Sheng Ying. Li Mei Hua engraved this name in her heart. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves. They were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Sheng Ying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Mei Hua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Mei Hua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Mei Hua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Mei Hua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Mei Hua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously. Some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one. This time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Mei Hua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much. I was only doing my best. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted everyone. Talking to them, she handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce. This brother is Sheng Ying. He is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Mei Hua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression. He was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, that Pine Tail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After parting with Li Mei Hua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much. He spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Feng Yuan was in disguise, vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pine Tail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6, every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up. The Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the nameless mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 969. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. He still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Bai Sheng was a soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jiugu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, Bai Tsang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the Gu immortal's rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yu Mu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold, countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death. Because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing, the word escape was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yu Mu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yu Mu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yu Mu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's immortal Gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul. causing Providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without Providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yu Mu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive, Bo Qing?" Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yu Mu Chun's words. "Then what should I do now?" Yu Mu Chun looked at Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yu Mu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus sect's control. But now, Seven-Star Child Song Zixing was dead. Yu Mu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus sect and turned to combat Immortal sect. "I hope I can stall them." Yu Mu Chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yu Mu Chun working together with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing to attack combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. "There is a huge change at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them." The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. "Go!" The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path Gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force: Shao Clan. It was said that southern borders Shao Clan and western deserts Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, western deserts Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to southern border in dire straits. Southern borders Shao Clan was once a super force. But the last Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately, he knelt on the ground. Shao Zifeng greets the clan head. "Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble?" Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, "Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall. He wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation. Clan leader, don't worry." Shao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. "Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Shao Chue heir. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Shao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful. We cannot resist them." Shao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Shao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing. He sighed deeply. His face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Shao Zifeng. "All right, I will hide in this back mountain for a while." Shao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Shao Shan sighed at the sky again. The depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Xiao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Xiao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Xiao Clan's forbidden area. This is Xiao Clan's forbidden area. Even if I am Xiao Clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Xiao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again. My descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Xiao Clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Xiao Clan. Quickly come here and obtain my inheritance. The important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Xiao Shan's eyes brightened, his body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal? Xiao Clan's ancestor? Don't tell me the rumors are true? My Xiao Clan really had a Gu immortal? This voice, let me feel it, is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, in this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan. Even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Xiao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Xiao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Xiao clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Xiao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Brother, now that Wu clan's elders are here to cause trouble, as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader. Xiao Mang suddenly appeared with a large group of Xiao clan elders behind him. Xiao Shan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions. He had been scheming for the position of clan leader. It is not what you think. Xiao Shan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance. He did not dare to speak casually. He was afraid that other forces experts would snatch it. Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Xiao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Meng shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Shao 300 years ago. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yumu Chun continued. Illusory demon immortal died long ago. This immortal Gu house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Tian, and Lian Jiuxing appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now, you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect? Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy! Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Tian, and Lian Jiuxing shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Yu Mu Chun's eyes flashed. He sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom boom boom. There were 3 explosions and light bloomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated. Xiao Mang's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiao Mang seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiao Mang gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, 2 demonic path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up and shouted loudly, "Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives." As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. I really misjudged you. For the sake of power, you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless. It is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy is too strong. We should retreat first. That's right, there is still time. Although Xiao Shan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the 2 rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Xiao Mang spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, "These 2 are also stray dogs. Although their cultivation is high, they do not have many Gu worms. What is there to be afraid of?" But even though he said that, Xiao Mang knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiao Shan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, "Now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death. I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a righteous path member to issue a bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is alone and is wanted by the righteous path. He can only flee for his life. His battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future. That is the wiser choice." Thinking of this, Xiao Mang no longer tried to be brave. "Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now. Just wait, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go." After saying these ruthless words, Xiao Mang led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The 2 demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms. They did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. "Brother Xiao, We meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Pang who, seeing Xiao Meng leave, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiao Shan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce. Quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the 2 Gu masters. Xiao Shan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to your help, otherwise I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless. He will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me. I can heal my injuries myself. Leave quickly. I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Zhao's to begin with. That's right. Back then, I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story, you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The 2 of us won't leave. Xiao Meng can come if he wants. I will accompany him to the end. Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiao Shan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh, I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites and hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao. Sun Panghu said heroically. Xiao Shan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him. He still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years? To help the needy. Saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiao Shan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again. Foolish child. Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create Xiao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now, I will give you a test. Listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal Gu and obtain the methods to become a Gu immortal. On this mountain, we will gather Gu masters and create a village. We will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days, I will pass the test and obtain the immortal Gu, becoming a Gu immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched, his eyes were shining. Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the 2 sides were in love and chatted merrily. Xiao Shan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately, they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter Gu to swear. After becoming sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path Xiao Shan is already dead. Today, the one standing here is the demonic path Xiao Shan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you 2 brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path Gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Pang, whose face was flushed with excitement, he gave a thumbs up and praised, Brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero, Xiao. Such a grand plan. Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva, ruthlessness flashed on his face. Damn it, I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years, I have been on the run for my life, I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you, let's do this. Good brother. Xiao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, "The demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions, we need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Tian Village. This mountain will be called Tian Mountain." Far away, Feng Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Tian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it. But he had not expected the true cause of the battle of Tian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. In my previous life, my level was too low, my vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes, who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life. Feng Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. The forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path. The Gu worms that formed the immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed. He used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal Gu House. This battle will had already been purified by the immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Tian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the immortal Gu House's battle will resonate. The pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Gu immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li Gu immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal Gu Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Gu Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiao Shan was a mere mortal, he could only see the phantom image of an immortal Gu, he simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang was also a pawn of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. If not for Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally find out about Xiao Shan entering the forbidden area? Chapter 971. After Xiao Shan repelled Xiao Clan's pursuers and named this peak Tian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Xiao Shan's personality was straightforward, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Xiao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic Gu masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Shao clan had established the Shao clan's caravan. Towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world, they were even more careful than other families. These last years, Shao Shan had let these demonic path gu masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes, he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic gu masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many gu masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Shao Shan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Border's gu immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path gu masters and lone cultivator gu masters joined Tian village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Tian stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Shao Shan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of gu masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Shao Shan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Tian stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts, they were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3, with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a gu immortal. This rank 6 demonic path gu immortal. He was short, but his head was huge. He was an old man, and people called him Gualao. "Come, brother Xinging, have a taste. How does my melon wine taste?" Gualao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Gualao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded and commented, "Not bad. Not bad." Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Gua observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave. "I wonder what brother Xinging thinks about the Southern Border gamble?" Fang Yuan said calmly, "This matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet, and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble." In the past, it had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal gu masters. It was still the gu immortal world. But this time, it was an exception. An immortal gu house had appeared. Southern Border's gu immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal gu house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Tian Mountain, and help the gu immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal gu house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any gu immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each gu immortal refined into the immortal gu house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal gu house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal gu house would obtain the most bets. But other gu immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the gu immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Gu immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Gu immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Guo Lao, who was in front of Feng Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days, he had been borrowing money everywhere, everyone knew about it. This time, he specially looked for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was indifferent. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Feng Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Guo Lao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Feng Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right, you are absolutely right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation. Even though the duel has just started, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is in the lead. Shao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Shao Shan and Shao Mang, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Shao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Feng Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and is the first to enter the casino. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Guo Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Tian Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying, I won't hide it from you, I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Feng Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was overjoyed. He was about to thank him when Feng Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Guo Lao quickly nodded. Feng Yuan added, we also need to use immortal Gu as collateral. The joy on Guo Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal Gu, why would I need to scheme for this immortal Gu house? Feng Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold, his eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Guo Lao, you don't even have an immortal Gu, yet you want to scheme for an immortal Gu house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical? Your appetite is too big. Xing. Guo Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal Gu aura on Feng Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal Gu. Guo Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 Gu immortals did not have an immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan had one. This was out of Guo Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any Gu immortal with an immortal Gu, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingying clearly did not. He thought of Feng Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Feng Yuan had an immortal Gu. This made Guo Lao wary. First, with an immortal Gu, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xingying, who had an immortal Gu, was not someone Guo Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Feng Yuan. I was rude, please don't blame me, brother Xingying. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, you can leave now. I'm leaving, goodbye. Guo Lao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, Having an immortal Gu is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal Gu, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Gualao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level Gu immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal Gu, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these Gu immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal Gu immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level Gu immortals without immortal Gu would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other Gu immortals? But this gambling house did not test the Gu immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level Gu immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Gualao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to reports, this rank 7 righteous path Gu immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation, his strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful, it was just around the corner. He was the only Gu immortal left in Shao Clan. Without the support of the clan's Gu immortals, he would not be able to survive alone, he would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal Gu house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore, this time, he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Xiao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Xiao Mang, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Xiao Shan was of the demonic path, while Xiao Mang was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao Clan's supreme elder had made ample preparations. The 2 rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao Clan's supreme elder's advantage would become greater. This time, I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal Gu. It is enough to make other Gu immortals wary, they will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious. It is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Borders Gu immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Borders Gu immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Chapter 972. The forbidden zone for immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Tian Mountain. Any Gu immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Borders Gu immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 Gu immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao Clan's supreme elder had placed an immortal Gu in Xiao Shan's body, and secretly left behind immortal essence to protect Xiao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a descendant of Shao Clan's supreme elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but Gu immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this forbidden zone only targets Gu immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then, what was the main difference between immortal Gu and Gu immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks. Gu immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the forbidden zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the battle of Tian Mountain. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture, if I become a mortal rank 5 Gu master again, would I be able to enter the forbidden zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture. But he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form blessed land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path Aperture Taking method. Maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. Because of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures. Until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu 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 Immortal Sect Gu Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Tian Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu Immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic duel stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal Gu house. And this immortal Gu house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal Gu. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Tian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the battle of Tian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom Gu was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Tian Mountain had already swept through southern border's mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the southern border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiaoshan created Tian Village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Tian Mountain. Wu Shentong. Wu clan elder, rank 4 peak stage, enslavement path Gu master. Enslavement path Gu masters specialized in fighting one against many. They were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shentong had 3 rank 4 Gu masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu clan. The last one was Wu clan elder, his personal guard, Wu Shentong. The beast group attacked Tian Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Tian village of the demonic path was drowned by the beast group. Many demonic path Gu masters died, but with the attacks of Xiaoshan, Sun Pang Hu, and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Gu masters, Wu Shentong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shentong's attack was repelled, to the newly created Tian village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shentong did not die, Xiaoshan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shentong, a demonic path Gu master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shentong's severed head. This person was called Lu Xuanfeng. He was also a rank 5 Gu master, and was known as the number 1 divine thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Xuanfeng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shentong and resolve Yi Tian's stronghold's crisis. The first wave of Righteous Path attacks crumbled completely. Wu clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time, they gathered 2 new elders of Shang clan, Yan Tu and Zhu Kaibei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang went up the mountain together, joining Yi Tian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple, they were Gu masters of southern border. The famous flying master. Yi Tian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the Righteous Path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang, the Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to a Righteous Path force. But Hong Fei Yu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of 2 demonic flying masters. At the moment of Hong Fei Yu's life and death, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yanfei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang, eventually stalling for time until the Righteous Path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the Righteous and Demonic Paths, entering the ranks of Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 Great Flying Masters became the 4 Great Flying Masters with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the Righteous and Demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King walked up Yi Tian Mountain, the Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wu Shentong. They had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between Righteous and Demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The Battle of Yi Tian Mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Yi Tian Mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Shao joined Yi Tian Mountain and killed many Righteous Path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Shao Shan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Shao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Yi Tian Mountain did not have Wang Shao, and was almost suppressed by the Righteous Path. Fortunately, there was Second Zombie King. He appeared in advance and saved the Demonic Path's decline. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain and became an Enslavement Path Gu master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, Second Zombie King. Now, if Second Zombie King encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The Battle of Yi Tian Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck. He needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demoness for help. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demoness took the chance to ask for a higher price. She mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere. They wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal goo were two different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other goo immortals. They would know the pros and cons of the move. They could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Feng Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed vaguely familiar face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demonis. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8-rank 8 goo immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle, all of them were heavily injured. They stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was straight, he was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils, a sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 goo immortals were shocked, 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move, he was like a statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The Celestial Court goo immortals let out sighs of relief. They had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left. The remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The Celestial Court goo immortals targeted this weakness. They used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the Celestial Court goo immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly. I am going back to sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiuxing used the Immortal Goo House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him. They could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court goo immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 goo immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yumu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court goo immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans? There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiuxing also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Qin Tian, and persuaded Lian Jiuxing to go to the source of Falling Heavenly River to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 goo immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What in the world is going on? An intense intuition told Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter. It was only the beginning. Behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems that someone is secretly obstructing my deductions. In that case, I have to succeed in my deductions even more and reach the top of the tower. I want to see who is it that escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm and without the bewilderment from before. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall started to turn pitch black. It was like the darkest ink had covered the entire wall. There were no images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Interfering with my deductions. And they can actually interfere with the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to such an extent. Time flowed forward at a constant pace. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was extremely tired and exhausted. The immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life was almost expended. He cast an expectant gaze at the last wall. Ever since the first black mural, he had not seen any other images. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew that Fate Immortal Gu's power was omnipresent and unstoppable. This final painting would definitely expose the culprit behind the scenes. When he reached the top, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His aged body trembled violently. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But different from before, there was a pair of bright eyes in the darkness. This was a pair of human eyes. But they were filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity, and when he charged out of the darkness, heaven and earth trembled in fear. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's body was drenched in cold sweat. He was trembling and his teeth were chattering. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But there was still a trace of fear and panic on his face. Danger! A huge danger! If we do not stop it, Celestial Court will be destroyed because of this. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing is just a layer of fog trying to block our eyes. We need to awaken all the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. This is a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He left Heaven Overseeing Tower and charged towards Floating Maple Cliff. On this floating maple cliff, there was a huge Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord activated the Gu formation resolutely. A loud bell sound resounded in the whole of heaven. At the next moment, Celestial Court shook. At the same time, in southern border, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan had already changed his appearance. He sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Yitian Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kong Ju inheritance, Fang Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time, on Yitian Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the third and fourth wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples. The zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang. They had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Xianxia. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border. He was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu Masters suffered few losses. Many of the injured recovered quickly. They did not fear fighting head-on. Xiao Shan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow. Thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Xianxia. In the end, Dr. Xianxia was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fu she played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, killer ghost Dr. Cho Jiao ascended Tian Mountain, suppressing Dr. Xianxia and salvaging the situation. Cho Jiao saved many demonic path Gu masters' lives, quickly rising to the third position. Lu Zuanfeng was second, while Xiao Shan was still first. As for Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the fourth and fifth positions. Because of Cho Jiao's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Xingxiu. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Cho Jiao. Phantom Path inheritor, Yan clan's young clan leader Yan Jun, the moment he appeared, he sneaked into Tian Mountain and killed Cho Jiao before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted. They attacked again, starting the sixth righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Cho Jiao had remnant life Gu. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yan Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the sixth battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yan Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Tian Mountain and joined Tian Village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Tian Village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile. He buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days. Seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him, he started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 demonic path Gu masters who joined Tian Village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them. He was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence. Using his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body. It was extraordinary. Days passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, Southern Border's super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense. It affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought. It looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the Southern Border Gu immortals. These last days, the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other. It was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them. His understanding of Southern Border's Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Tian Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to Southern Border. Time waits for no one. We can start early." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 974. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border Gu immortals who were 10,000 li away from Yitian Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal Gu masters on Yitian Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain, he had been racing against time, he had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger. He had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed. They were descending towards Yitian Mountain in a grandiose manner. This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation. A Gu immortal cried out in shock. No, Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. Why is there a tribulation? Many Gu immortals were baffled. Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation? Most Gu immortals immediately looked towards Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, he broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this Immortal Killer Move's core Immortal Gu was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Gu immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 Gu immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Fang Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the Gu immortals. They did not find him? The Gu immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Yitian Mountain but did not find any rank 5 Gu masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation had already landed on the immortals. Just in case. Don't let the tribulation affect Yitian Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some Gu immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border Gu immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating Gu immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many Thousand Pearl Light Tribulations, there were many southern border Gu immortals here. Among them, there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and over 10 rank 6s. The immortals all attacked. Very quickly, the Thousand Pearls Light Tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some Gu immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Yitian Mountain, to prevent mortal Gu masters from sensing the abnormalities. Rank 8 lone immortal Peng Shilong stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is, to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite Gu immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 Gu immortal Yi Qing Tang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant Gu immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. Gu immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 Gu immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool! You still want to hide it now? Do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly, a Gu immortal reminded. The sky was dark. It was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell, frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qing Tang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound dark flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation, it can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. Something is wrong, even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, The scale of this tribulation is too huge, it is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it. Rumble. Lightning shot out, flames burned, all the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show, it was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu immortals were injured. One Gu immortal, Gualao, was even heavily injured. He could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal Gu. I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation. I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Gualao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qing Tang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 Gu immortals began to imitate Gualao. Most of these people were low-level Gu immortals. They did not have immortal Gu and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Gualao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the Gu immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 Gu immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Gualao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path Gu formation outside. Soon, a Gu immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed Gu immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border Gu immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning. The third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate beast Qi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Qi Path Dao marks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Gu immortal Jia Yi shouted, "Petty tricks! Get lost!" He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind sides appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind sides. Countless Qi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind sides tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Windja, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jia, however, frowned. Most of the wind sides he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind sides were blocked by the Gu formation and dissipated, while the Gu formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us. They are simply too daring. They don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. The Gu immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. A majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation. Someone recognized it. Someone shouted. Be careful, I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path Gu immortal reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding Gu immortals. Preserve our strength. The Gu immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li. How can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but they could not block Fang Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed Gu immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect Gu immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation, it is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect immortals set up a giant Gu formation, trapping all the southern border Gu immortals. The southern border Gu immortals wanted to escape and attack the Gu formation, but to no avail, they could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 Gu immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 Gu immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect Gu formation. Block this wave of tribulations, let me do it. Peng Shilong made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand, light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect Gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What Gu formation is this? The southern border immortals saw this. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. They could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another. It was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The Gu immortals gradually attacked less and defended more. They lost the initiative. Hold on. Jia Yi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless. They target us. They also affect the surrounding Gu formation. The immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 Gu immortals had already died, the remaining immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on. They still had hope in their hearts. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Xianxia. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wuxia, he called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors. The colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall. The lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open, his smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. Wuxia. Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. You called me, I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks, these are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. Chapter 975. Old Man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy. It is everywhere, it is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young Gu immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time. Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared. We will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wuxia. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border Gu immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion. It has not even displayed 1/10 of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation. It will not last for long. Next, I and several other Gu immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power. It is just one step away from completion. The southern border Gu immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing! The young Gu immortal's eyes stared blankly. He was in a daze. Old man Xianxia continued in a deep voice. After I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 Gu immortal, you only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger, until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 Gu immortal, no one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young Gu immortal had a confused expression. Old man Inkstone chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world. It is the strongest peak, there cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young Gu immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently, everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for, what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young Gu master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old man Xianxia took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment, there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Fang Yuan, by Ning Bing, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Southern Border Gu Immortals, Etian Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice, it will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. For the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young Gu immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "Be careful of yourself," failing at the last step. He revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said, failing at the last step, he had no more time, he completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the Gu formation at once. Not only Elder Inkstone, among the Shadow Sect Gu immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the Southern Border Gu immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The Southern Border Gu immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge Gu formation. 10 Gu immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the Southern Border Gu immortals. Among them, 9 Gu immortals were wearing black robes, their faces were covered by hoods, they were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young Gu immortal Wuxia. He looked around, feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago. It was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this Gu formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the Gu formation was already shaking, but now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the Southern Border Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 Gu immortal Ren Haiyang could no longer protect the other rank 6 Gu immortals. He chose a direction and attacked the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Deceiving fool, die! He shouted as he clapped his hands. A huge wave rose in the air. The blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons. It roared as it charged towards a black-robed Gu immortal. Protect him! The other 3 rank 8 Gu immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Renhai Yang. With the help of others, Renhai Yang's pressure on his defenses decreased. He laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Wuxia saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed Gu immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious Gu immortal who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Gu immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava. The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly. The intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power! I almost could not control it. The black-robed Gu immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava. His black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Gu immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 extreme immortal zombie, blazing glory lightning brilliance." This person was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Shui, he was rescued by Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the southern border Gu immortals? If it was Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely know about it. Maybe Shadow Sect. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan shuddered. His situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the southern border Gu immortals. He was also trapped here. Renhai Yang's attack failed. He could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm. Not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The rank 8 Gu immortals could not even take care of themselves. Many rank 6 Gu immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, the high and mighty Gu immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of rank 7 Gu immortals could only drift with the waves. Like small boats in a storm, they could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain. It could not be broken. The southern border Gu immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage. Only an immortal Gu house. Only an immortal Gu house could have superb defense to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the Gu immortals. At the same time, the immortal Gu house's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the southern border Gu immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for immortals, southern border Gu immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm immortal Gu. The immortal Gu's power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Tian Mountain and take out graceful chaotic duel stage. Gu immortal Jia Yi shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were left. The rank 7 Gu immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 rank 8's bombardment did not affect Tian Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Tian Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks, and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light, they gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Etian Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark, they had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Etian Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal Gu masters would be annihilated. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the southern border Gu immortals. Even Fang Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Lishan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Shao Hun Blessed Land now, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This Gu formation isolates the inside and outside. It actually restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 976. Even if I still have self-strength immortal Gu, rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic duel stage. The southern border Gu immortals outside the Forbidden Zone had no hope of taking this immortal Gu house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic duel stage will I have any hope of escaping. Otherwise, we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal Gu was stored in the immortal aperture. Immortal Gu's aura could be easily detected, only by storing it in the aperture or immortal aperture would it be safe. However, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was already sealed. If Fang Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the Forbidden Zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the spring-autumn cicada was not. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital Gu. It had always been sealed in Fang Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the spring-autumn cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Fang Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal Gu and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal Gu, but not a second immortal Gu. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border Gu immortals, there were also Space Path Gu immortals with Space Path immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of Space Path. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more Gu immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were injured. They knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed Gu immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged, and his hood was blown off. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Peng Shilong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. The normal Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning, with more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the Tribulation Lightning, allowing the 4 immortals time to move. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombies' crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence, Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern Border's 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the Goo formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed Goo Immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom. Both sides fiercely clashed, and they were evenly matched. The 4 Immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed Goo Immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Kai. Peng Shi Long frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed Goo Immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed Goo Immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shang Gui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom. Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 Southern Border Immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This Goo formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the 4 Immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young Goo Immortal in Wuxia. Among all the Goo Immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 Immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards In Wuxia. In Wuxia's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming." Don't be nervous, use your best method. The black-robed Goo Immortal beside him reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. In Wuxia breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the 4 Immortals were getting closer, In Wuxia recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique, you are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you, and who am I? In Wuxia asked curiously. You are me and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called In Wuxia. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into In Wuxia's mind. In Wuxia felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those Celestial Court Goo Immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Goo Immortal, I will give you a complete set of Goo Worms. You need to practice it then. The memories stopped. The 4 Immortals were already in front of him. Among them, Fierce Wind Jia was at the forefront. In Wuxia's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead, Soul, Enter, Dream. The 4 Immortals' speed fell. They were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. Lad, you dare to trick us. Peng Shi Long was furious, about to attack. At this time. But the rank 8 Goo Immortal Jia started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shi Long and the rest were bewildered, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Goo formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jia. Jia did not move, the layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the Gu formation's attack. Jia Yi was still falling. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp. He actually fell asleep at this moment. It's that kid's doing. Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 Gu immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jia Yi was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? Be careful! Peng Shilong exclaimed. The tribulation descended, countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border Gu immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border Gu immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal, Jia Yi, who had the name Kuang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals felt despair. Wuxia was indeed a loophole in the formation, but his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jia Yi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jia Yi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals. The more Gu immortals that entered the immortal Gu house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal Gu house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal Gu house strong enough to break the Gu formation. Time passed mercilessly. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Ren Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, "Sigh, now, I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out." But when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were left, Yitian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic dual stage? The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal Gu house yet. Then who was it? Boom! Mountain rocks cracked, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal Gu house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. "You want to escape your fate in front of us?" A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals of the Celestial Court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down. It shot towards Yitian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up. He could not block the full strength attack of a rank 9 immortal Gu house. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring-autumn cicada carried Fang Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 977. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end. It contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world. It was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally, and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path goo worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty. The tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other. They could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated. He could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring-Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now, he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the river of time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring-Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fang Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt. Not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fang Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. So be it, my Gu Immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? The laughter in Fang Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fang Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst. The corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fang Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of Spring-Autumn Cicada's accident. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada carried Feng Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But spring-autumn cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Feng Yuan's will, Feng Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river. Going against the current, with difficulty. Returning to the past. Star form blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Feng Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunder stone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. He stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Feng Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Feng Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread, Feng Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Feng Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Feng Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Feng Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Feng Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Feng Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoise shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the walk. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the walk flowed into Feng Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits astral chi. Time passed, 3 days and 2 nights passed. Feng Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, His 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still one night left. I can completely process the earthly limits astral chi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. "Master!" Star Form Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded, his eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is? Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood. Finally his gaze stopped on Star Form Land Spirit. "What time is it now?" Fang Yuan asked. Star Form Land Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered, "Many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo." "Haha." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Star Form Land Spirit's heart turned cold. "It's over, Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily." The joy in Fang Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. "I have been reborn again." Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead, from defeat to victory, my will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? Chapter 978. Even though the anomaly in the River of Time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost Face Red Lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used Spring-Autumn Cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when Spring-Autumn Cicada fails? Slowly shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. "The injuries on my body are not light. The only success Dao mark was destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is a pity." Fang Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this goo refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. Goo refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle. Not to mention refining immortal goo. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan failed in the goo refinement. It was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Fang Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the Refinement Path Convention was destroyed because of this. Fang Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all immortal goo is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of goo refinement. Thus, when I started refining change form immortal goo. Success Dao marks started to deplete. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life, I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form immortal goo. The success Dao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Dao marks, the goo refinement would succeed no matter what. If a goo master wanted to die and purposely used the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Dao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Feng Yuan choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal goo? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the goo refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Dao marks would also be destroyed. Feng Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form immortal goo. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it. He had succeeded in refining change form immortal goo in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight, when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Dao mark. It's not important at all. Feng Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan activated his immortal goo and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He used to be anxious. But now he knew that there was still some time before Zhongzhou State solved the case of 88-point Xianxia Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Feng Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Feng Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, he even thought of a small goo formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Feng Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Feng Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal goo and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal goo's aura as Feng Yuan quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Feng Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. It could not be helped. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Yitian Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Feng Yuan moved out along with the southern border goo immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery around Yitian Mountain. Tian Mountain. At this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Feng Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Yitian Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbows scattered, the sun and moon shone. Feng Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Feng Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Feng Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Feng Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal goo houses were no small matter. Immortal goo houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal goo houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful superforce would have at least one immortal goo house as their foundation. Just like He tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He tribe's strength and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after He Cheng. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal goo house, yet He tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal goo houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Tian Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 goo immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert, and it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal goo house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal goo house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings. It could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal goo house. Even rank 6 goo immortals could control it. It had 2 major flaws. One was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal goo houses were formed from many immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo. Feeding these goo worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal goo house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Fang Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal goo house was huge, because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Fang Yuan was currently penniless. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal goo. But now, his goo refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials. He was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects, like the Guts Goo trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal was rank 9. The immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence. Otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also thought of this. To him, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water without a source. It would be lost no matter how much was used. It could not be replenished. Thus, a more economical method was to gather more goo immortals to act as labor for the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, those southern border goo immortals died too quickly. Or rather, Fang Yuan did not have the time. Graceful chaotic dual stage had not been refined by anyone, but the great strength true martial immortal zombie broke out of it in advance. This was a huge pity. If I had graceful chaotic dual stage, I would be able to block even that light pillar that wanted to take my life. Feng Yuan was filled with confidence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was naturally not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not good. That beam of light had been weakened by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. It was not as powerful as before. With graceful chaotic dual stage, although it could not be said that, with a house in hand, I own the world. But it was enough to say that, with a house in hand, I can advance and retreat freely, I can move unhindered. With a house in hand, I own the world. The rank 888-point Xianxia Tower could be said to have this point. It was proficient in plundering goo worms and even immortal goo. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron could also be said to be useful. Compared to the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, self-strength immortal goo, all-out effort immortal goo, and star thought immortal goo were not so important. As long as he controlled the immortal goo house and had Giant Sun's immortal essence, Feng Yuan could fight rank 8s with his rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie status, directly reaching the peak of his life. Chapter 979. What's going on? Where did graceful chaotic dual stage go? Feng Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Etian Mountain, wanting to take this immortal goo house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no graceful chaotic dual stage, and even that rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for graceful chaotic dual stage's appearance? Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here? Feng Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, graceful chaotic dual stage's appearance was because of Bai Ning Bing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this mysterious immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Feng Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any traces of graceful chaotic dual stage. If graceful chaotic dual stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Feng Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful chaotic dual stage could not be taken away. Feng Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Etian Mountain for a long distance, Feng Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura was overflowing, a jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Feng Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Tao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Feng Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Feng Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Feng Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Feng Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Feng Yuan took one last look and sighed in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme and arriving at Northern Plains' Dark Flow giant city. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Xianxia octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left this place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His refinement of change form immortal goo failed. Not only did he lose the success Dao marks, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal goo, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fang Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. But that would take too long. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6, it would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fang Yuan had thought about it thoroughly. He had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fang Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare, they were very popular. Fang Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal goo, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Looking at the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's hands. Strength path, self-strength immortal goo, pulling mountain immortal goo, pulling water immortal goo, iron crown eagle strength immortal goo, eat strength immortal goo. Star path, star shoot immortal goo, star mark immortal goo, star light immortal goo. Luck path, connect luck immortal goo, time luck immortal goo, calamity beckoning immortal goo. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal goo, spring autumn cicada, the extremely useful space path immortal goo, fixed immortal travel, the not very useful poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, soul path immortal goo, cleanse soul, wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan already had change form immortal goo. But after rebirth, change form immortal goo's refinement failed, it no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it, it could only stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Fang Yuan's immortal goo was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo, they did not have any immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had 16 immortal goo, and this was not counting wisdom goo. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal goo was extremely heavy, it had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Fang Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit little Hu Immortal smiled happily. She suddenly appeared and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As Little Fox Immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white foxtail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly. Fang Yuan smiled, rubbing Little Hu Immortal's head, instructing her, go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest. From today onwards, they will all refine air sac goo. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately agreed. Go now. Alright, Master. Little Hu Immortal looked at Fang Yuan reluctantly, before disappearing. Fang Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already in Xianxia Blessed Land. Right now, the land spirit of Xianxia had not changed its nature. It was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. "Why you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it." The land spirit of Xianxia saw Fang Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fang Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia had already fallen to a freezing point. Fang Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Xianxia, but the land spirit of Xianxia's conditions were very harsh. It required Fang Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient Nine Heavens. It was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Xianxia would not have asked Fang Yuan to do it. "Of course I got it, what do you think this is?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He did not mind the land spirit of Xianxia's cold attitude. "You actually got it?" The land spirit of Xianxia saw the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands and its expression immediately relaxed. Its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fang Yuan. Indeed, this immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Xianxia, saying, "I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo." Fang Yuan already knew. Xianxia blessed land was very special. Its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Xianxia was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived. Their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Xianxia blessed land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents. Large numbers of hairy men lived on them. They mainly refined goo and selected talents. They lived in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Xianxia to refine exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. "For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you." The land spirit of Xianxia agreed before saying, "But next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests." His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method as well as the strength path version of Nirvana Fire. He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fang Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Fang Yuan did not have enough lifespan. He could not use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Xianxia to help him refine exert effort goo and disappointment goo. It was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials. The land spirit of Xianxia was only refining mortal goo. Although the quantity was high, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Xianxia. It was just that it was not time yet. Fang Yuan left a small village in Xianxia blessed land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man, called Old Man Qin. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you. The main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Man Qin stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates. No matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Qin, who was not even a Gu master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Feng Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people, becoming nourishment. Nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat. It could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree, without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Feng Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree. And he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Feng Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Feng Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal goo to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems, we also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Feng Yuan sent 2 streams of will into the minds of Old Chen and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it? Sigh. All right. Old Man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house. After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Feng Yuan set up a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Feng Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo. This would take a lot of time. The goo materials of dream path mortal goo were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai by Yunsheng pass his tribulation and then the battle of Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xianxia's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demonis came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed He Cheng and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others to obtain Luopa Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. As long as I become the owner of this immortal goo house and suppress the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the immortal goo house in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful chaotic duel stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the immortal goo house and suppress the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the immortal goo house's strength to deal with He Lulan, Fairy Lishan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron in Langya Blessed Land to seize their immortal goo and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the immortal goo house, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, He Lulan was a formidable person, she was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario. If graceful chaotic duel stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this immortal goo house. The possibility of this was very high. When graceful chaotic duel stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the southern border goo immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Tian Mountain personally. This way, Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the immortal goo house. He would have to face the southern border goo immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fang Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the spring dream fruit tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with He Lulan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely deal with him. If Fang Yuan had the immortal goo house in advance, he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the immortal goo house, he would probably have to face the southern border goo immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. At this time, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, Fairy Lishan, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and others. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness, with her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the immortal goo house. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan were in Shao Hun Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunxing was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Lishan, and others, and secretly went to Tian Mountain. Even if Fang Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise, they needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits, this was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, He Lulan had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Yuan could not make a move. But in this life, at this moment, He Lulan was still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her strength Qi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine air sac Gu. When Fang Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an information path Mortal Gu in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative Gu. After seeing Fang Yuan, He Lulan waved the information path Mortal Gu in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, the other Gu immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sections." Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. "We missed such a good opportunity." Chapter 981. Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this immortal Gu originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fang Yuan. In the end, this Gu became Fang Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan and was given to Fang Yuan. This self-strength immortal Gu was very important to He Lulan. Not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength immortal Gu was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal Gu was refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xianxia. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal Gu was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal Gu day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fang Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, Gu worms were hard to snatch. They could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides, separation was detrimental, thus, He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fang Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Fang Yuan handed over self-strength immortal Gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's character. Just as Fang Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan give self-strength immortal Gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal Gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal Gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Before focusing her gaze on Fang Yuan's face, she sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I say it directly, I might scare you." He Lulan snorted coldly, "Just say it." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, "Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength immortal Gu to exchange for your attitude Gu." What? He Lulan's body shook. A fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude Gu is a secret. How could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know. He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fang Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fang Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Fang Yuan took a step back. This action was simple, but it had a subtle effect on He Lulan. He Lulan was like a startled beast. Fang Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Lulan feel safe. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 982. The negotiation with He Lulan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with. He had expended a lot of thoughts. He Lulan was not much better, she felt. This negotiation was more tiring than a life and death battle. She felt a sense of weakness in her bones, her mouth was dry and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan pulled tie by Yunxing in and signed a new alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Lishan. Fang Yuan returned self-strength immortal goo in exchange for He Lulan's slavery immortal goo, and also borrowed attitude goo for a year. Fang Yuan would also assist He Lulan and Fairy Lishan to provide a chance to kill He Cheng. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for star form blessed land. Other than that, Fang Yuan also obtained He Lulan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive. Even though Fairy Lishan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of Blazing Heaven Demoness. There was a clause in it, they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. There were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan used He Lulan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fang Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, He Lulan was Fairy Black Moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fang Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 attitude goo. This immortal goo was used by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. It was the core goo worm of the legendary immortal killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was still a rank 6 goo immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan lost change form immortal goo, but he obtained attitude goo, which was many times better than change form immortal goo. His modified vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 goo immortals. Lastly was the Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 goo immortal, schemed against Fang Yuan. In this life, Fang Yuan, Fairy Lishan and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme. The Blazing Witch's guilt and love for He Lulan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fang Yuan would be able to make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness even if she was unaware. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance agreement, when He Lulan saved Fang Yuan and was in danger, could Blazing Heaven Demoness not take action? It could be said. He Lulan was the best chess piece to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lolan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But He Lolan's group is very astute. They are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually, they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then, they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Feng Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lolan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic duel stage in the future, the situation will be set, the difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lolan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Feng Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength Immortal Gu. It was still for the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Self-strength Immortal Gu was only a variation of the killer move Myriad Self. It only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the Immortal Gu House, Feng Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting Attitude Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture and went to Xianxia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very surprised. He said to Feng Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" Feng Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Feng Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Xianxia Blessed Land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine Gu?" Land Spirit of Xianxia was stunned. Feng Yuan snatched Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter and came to Xianxia Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Land Spirit of Xianxia had to refine Gu for Feng Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Xianxia had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Xianxia could fail, but he had to pay for the Gu refinement materials himself. Feng Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu was only immortal Gu, it was a huge help to Feng Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine second aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement, Feng Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu and Land Spirit of Xianxia to exchange for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Thus, Feng Yuan still had one last chance to refine Gu. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this Green Heaven Fragment World was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yu Fei! Yu Fei! Yu Fei! The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the Prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious. He wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman Gu immortals conversed casually. They had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look, this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss. He pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find that above their heads, a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Gu Masters, get into position and occupy the formation course. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The three Featherman Gu immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shada, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Gu immortals' hopes. This old Gu immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. But before this, Fang Yuan suggested to gather He Lulan and Fairy Lishan to participate in the battle. Tai Bai Yunsheng also vouched for him. But the land spirit of Langia rejected it. Fang Yuan fought Xuesong Zi, but this time, he did not use the previous life strategy. He did not sneak attack Xuesong Zi, he fought openly. Even though he was much more famous than in the previous life, the results were not great. Fang Yuan was only in a deadlock with Xuesong Zi. Not long after the Shadow Sect arrived, Fang Yuan retreated. There was no benefit in killing Xuesong Zi. He had Immortal Gu and Lifespan Gu, but they were hard to snatch. It was better to let him go and let him deal with the Central Continent Gu immortals in the future. Fang Yuan had also thought of reminding the land spirit of Langia to make arrangements and use Refinement Cauldron to take down the Shadow Sect group. But after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Firstly, he had to get rid of the Shadow Sect group. The risk was huge. Qin Baisheng was extremely strong. Fang Yuan had no confidence in him. The Shadow Sect seemed to have a secret connection with Zombie Alliance. The situation here was very complicated. Secondly, even if he got rid of the Shadow Sect group, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron had the greatest effect. If they won, the land spirit of Langya would get the most loot. The Shadow Sect base, Luopa Valley, would be visited by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan would not be able to get it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan still needed the Shadow Sect group of Northern Plains to resist the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Although he did not know how the Central Continent Gu Immortals found the Shadow Sect group after investigating Fang Yuan, this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see the most. If he killed the Shadow Sect group, it would be clearing the obstacles for the Central Continent Gu Immortals. If the Central Continent Gu Immortals found Fang Yuan, what would Fang Yuan do? Finally, Fang Yuan guessed from the blazing glory lightning brilliance body that the mastermind behind the Battle of Tian Mountain was likely the Shadow Sect. If he killed them, there would be a huge impact. An unprecedented accident would occur during the Battle of Tian Mountain. If there were too many accidents, it might affect Fang Yuan's arrangements and make his preparations useless. Thus, in the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan planned to let nature take its course. Chapter 987. Damn it, it had to happen at this time. Qin Baisheng clenched his fists. Looking at the situation, he was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Retreat. After a while, he sighed and ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luopa Valley was attacked. It was those Central Continent Gu Immortals who were investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Qin Baisheng transmitted. How did they find out about us? Don't tell me, it is Providence. Fairy Jiangyu's body shook. Providence is vast, it is likely so, but earlier, we made a huge move to prepare for our final plan, but Providence obstructed us. When we reach Tian Mountain in the future, who knows how terrifying this Providence's obstruction will be? Qin Baisheng sighed. The conversation between the two happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They were secretly transmitting their voices, so no one else knew what they were talking about. Soon, under Qin Baisheng's orders, Shadow Sect's group left Langya Blessed Land. They retreated. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath of air. Damn it! He escaped again. Hei Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Lishan was silent, her brows were tightly furrowed, she had a worried expression. The hairy man Gu Immortals first cheered, but soon, they felt sorrow. In this battle, not only were there bloody sacrifices, there were even traitors. The world was unpredictable, the tragedy of life and death was happening right in front of them. These hairy man Gu Immortals who only cared about Gu refinement were greatly agitated. Langya Land's spirit released the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were scarlet red. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the direction that Qin Baisheng and the rest left in. These guys, they really think we hairy men are easy to bully. One day, our great hairy man race will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. This battle was because of Fang Yuan's inaction. It was the same as in the previous life. First, Fang Yuan and the rest guarded the Mortal Gu House cloud building, but the Shadow Sect easily broke the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. One of the Inkman Gu Immortals was instantly killed by Qin Baisheng, losing his life. The land spirit of Langya's original plan to stall for time had been seriously destroyed. He had no way out. He was so anxious that he kept walking around in circles. In his previous life, it was at this critical juncture that the land spirit of Langya transformed. But in this life, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan immediately suggested for the land spirit of Langya to use ancient battle formations. The land spirit of Langya was at a loss when he heard the news. He quickly accepted it. Ancient battle formations were different from the current mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks of the ancient battle formations were much less harmful to the Blessed Land than the mainstream battlefield killer moves. The land spirit of Langya had no other choice but to use Heavenly Giant Sola. At this time, Fang Yuan suggested, how can we block them with just the few of us? We need more manpower. But the land spirit of Xianxia was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man-gu immortals secretly, but they were all behind the scenes, controlling the rank 8 immortal gu house refinement cauldron. Especially, he even sensed that there were traitors among them. Feng Yuan had already expected the land spirit of Xianxia's reaction. He suggested that he had trustworthy helpers around him. The land spirit of Xianxia frowned. He was against others. He would rather fewer people know about Xianxia blessed land. Feng Yuan smiled. Land spirit, don't worry. What is our relationship? I need to keep it a secret for you. I will not leak the blessed land's information. I only need to summon them. The original land spirit of Xianxia was quite conservative. He would not create Xianxia sect and recruit Feng Yuan as an external supreme elder. He would not agree to help Feng Yuan when he was in danger. The battle of Xianxia sect ended. The 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley began. Feng Yuan returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He recuperated while refining Dream Path mortal gu. At the same time, he stockpiled gu refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine immortal gu. A month later, he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path mortal gu. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Feng Yuan waved his hand and smiled. Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort, but that was not what I deduced earlier. Immediately, an immortal zombie asked, Then what did Sir deduce? Feng Yuan answered calmly, I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature. He was about to act up when Su Baiman secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Budan scoffed. Chen Dao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities, you actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Su Baiman laughed, easing the atmosphere. Budan, shut up. I think Brother Chen is only joking. He is about to use his true method. Feng Yuan shook his head. Madam, this is what I deduced. Su Baiman's expression froze. His gaze slowly turned dark. What? Shark Demon snorted coldly. He could no longer hold back. He stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng stepped forward, blocking Feng Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists towards Shark Demon, smiling bitterly. Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Chen has such a personality, he always leaves half of his words unsaid. I have been troubled by this for a long time. Shark Demon's expression eased. He looked at Feng Yuan. My Brother Chen, just tell me everything that you have calculated. Tai Bai Yunsheng pretended to be distressed and said. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Below this Freezing Rain Frozen Earth are Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops, is this true? Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Feng Yuan's words. His eyes shined as he stared at Feng Yuan with anticipation. Feng Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. I deduced it personally. How can it be false? Shark Demon and Su Baiman immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. Madam, if this Wisdom Star's deductions are accurate, then his Wisdom Path attainment is truly amazing. Su Baiman agreed. That's right. Earlier, we invited several Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently. Shark Demon pondered. We need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious? If the deduction is wrong, What use is it? Su Baiman thought about it before rejecting. I think the possibility is not high. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunsheng has a steady nature. He praises this person highly. If this person really has wisdom path grandmaster attainment, it is understandable that he deduced the battlefield killer move. Secondly, we can verify this. As we progress step by step, we will be able to prove his answer. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so unwise as to give information that can be easily determined. Madam is right. Just as Shark Demon and Su Baiman were conversing secretly, Budan could not wait any longer. He sneered at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are really astute. Your deduction is very good. As long as the freezing rain-frozen earth does not break, how can we know that your deduction is correct? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had trampled on this Budan in his previous life. He had framed him before. It seemed that he could not avoid it in this life. Fang Yuan did not want to complicate matters, but he could not do anything about Budan taking the initiative to appear in front of him. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chen, Budan is being unreasonable. Please do not blame him. Although he is being unreasonable, he is speaking the truth. The thing that I deduced will indeed take some time before I can verify it. Fang Yuan nodded, admitting it frankly. Su Baiman chuckled softly. For some reason, although this is the first time I have met you, I feel that I have met you before. I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. So even if I cannot verify it, I still believe you. Many people have said that. Fang Yuan boasted shamelessly. Not at all modest. But there was indeed no need to be modest. This was the effect of familiar face. Shark Demon continued, Sir Chen, we are trapped in the freezing rain-frozen earth. Please help us, sir. Break this move one day earlier, and you will be able to see the next level one day earlier. I'll also be able to see the next level a day earlier and help Mr. verify the contents of your deductions and clear your name. Fang Yuan laughed. Lord Shark Demon, you are wrong. I'm very confident in my deduction. I don't need any verification at all. It is just that you do not trust me and need verification. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, Since you want me to help, we should talk about the remuneration first, right? Shark Demon frowned. Fang Yuan's attitude made him unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7. It was already an offense for a rank 6 to have such an attitude towards a rank 7. In his previous life, Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon and wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite to him. But in this life, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon wanted to attack Lu Blessed Land because he needed Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan naturally had to use his identity to obtain more benefits. After some discussion, Shark Demon offered a high price. Fang Yuan gladly accepted and started to move. Although he did not have Star Thought Immortal Goo, he was different from his previous life. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. Even if he used Mortal Goo, he could use them in countless ways. Most importantly, he had already unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Therefore, when he made a move, the effect was immediate, and it even caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise and praise from time to time. In his previous life, Fang Yuan only focused on unraveling this battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth. But in this life, Fang Yuan dealt with it with ease. He placed most of his attention on learning. Be it his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was deeply interested in any battlefield killer move. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sighed. Feng Kim Hong sighed deeply again. Feng Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly, he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience, he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of dream path mortal goo. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Feng Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. "You are finally here." She looked at Feng Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Feng Yuan's body shook. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the one-finger flow shark, Feng Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Baimen. Although Feng Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Su Baimen. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Feng Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's shark demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Feng Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Feng Yuan, their progress in attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biding your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Feng Yuan could be imagined. But Feng Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yu Lu Blessed Land. For example, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while Ascending Heaven Plain had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, Ascending Heaven Plain could connect to the immemorial Nine Heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial Nine Heavens through Ascending Heaven Plain. However, after Renzu's children wreaked havoc in the Nine Heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even Ascending Heaven Plain was affected. Ascending Heaven Plain was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though Ascending Heaven Plain looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Feng Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Feng Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal goo, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Feng Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal goo house left behind by old eccentric Tiannan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Feng Yuan stopped again. At this moment, he was still 300 steps away from the immortal goo house left behind by old eccentric Tiannan, but he had already caught up to the goo immortal at the end. This goo immortal came from Ruolai clan. Seeing that Feng Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Feng Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Feng Yuan had to move and stop from time to time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long, halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in you Lu blessed land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. As it turned out, Feng Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jioge. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Feng Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 Days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie, Feng Yuan would likely win. Ignore He Cheng, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has 1 dark arrow immortal Gu. He is not a threat. And this Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation. He was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility. He will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Song Zi in my previous life. Then, even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Feng Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic dual stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Feng Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness, as well as his aggressive nature, How could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Zhouge? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Feng Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baisheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baisheng use the terrain to drag Feng Zhouge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of thieving heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baisheng would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Zhouge and the rest. Why was Feng Zhouge here now? Langya Land Spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Feng Yuan's back, muttering, "This guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain divine concealment, what do I have to worry about? But even if he becomes the second supreme elder, the other hairy man-gu immortals will only listen to me. What? I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again." Land Spirit of Langya covered his mouth, looking at Feng Yuan anxiously. Feng Yuan was already used to this. He laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization, he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langya sect, with such a leader, it was simply too easy. "I heard everything you said," Wang Yao said. Feng Yuan waved his hand at Land Spirit of Langya without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, "Damn it! Damn it!" After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. "I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualifications to inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance." Earlier, thieving heaven demon Venerable's words seemed to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting thieving heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder thieving heaven demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of open door gu and closed door gu were so easily obtained. But after I obtained ghostly concealment, there are no clues of divine concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else? Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Zhongzhou state. The immortal gu he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal gu were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Fang Yuan used Mo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo. He then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak, they could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Next, he did the same thing to Bo Qing, using his methods. Chapter 1002. This immortal goo was only the size of an adult's index finger. It was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like sword eyebrows immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Kim Hong. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 Immortal Gu Jian Mei. It was not an offensive gu but used for sword path cultivation. When a gu immortal uses it, it can transform the gu immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword Dao mark. Dao marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal gu. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me, it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fang Yuan also used Mo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue, translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fang Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fang Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad. But when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fang Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fang Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8. But he failed. The goo refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword goo to rank 7. The fourth immortal goo. It was the flying sword goo. From the outside, it had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo in battle. He used this goo as the core. Along with other immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo, he created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the fifth immortal goo. It was an immortal goo used for movement, called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Chi Escape Immortal Goo of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a Goo Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Goo Immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core immortal goo of this move was this Sword Escape Immortal Goo. With one move, the enemy's head flew off. Life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 immortal goo, Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage had suppressed the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years, the two had reached a delicate balance. The Immortal Gu House was almost ownerless, it was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other southern border Gu immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time, he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the Immortal Gu House. At this time, Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The southern border Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fang Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fang Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all, these months, these Gu immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place, they had used all sorts of methods to seize the Immortal Gu House. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The Immortal Gu House that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fang Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the immortals step by step, the immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fang Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the Immortal Gu House, in the eyes of the southern border Gu immortals, was no different from robbery, it was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fang Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous. His muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably, his hair was standing on end. Even though he had the immortal killer move familiar face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Gu immortals would be able to decipher it. Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the Immortal Gu House was gradually taken over by Fang Yuan, the internal structure of graceful chaotic duel stage was clearly displayed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, Fang Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the Immortal Gu House. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. This Immortal Gu House had completely become his. Fang Yuan could move this Immortal Gu House with just a thought. But right at this time, the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and the other rank 5 Gu immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This, and that, they are all suspicious characters. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Wuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect. Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people. Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many Gu immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Border's Gu immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these Southern Border Gu immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Border's Gu immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10-12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, providence is clear, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the Celestial Court's immortals, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal Gu houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Fang Yuan found that Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle, these 3 immortal Gu houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal Gu died, 2 immortal Gu were heavily injured and on the verge of death. They could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap, he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's Gu immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's Gu immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Fang Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's Gu immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Fang Yuan sneered, but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's Gu immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court Gu immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Bo Qing immortal zombie, and Wuxia. Even though the other 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's Gu immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Feng Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the celestial court Gu immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal Gu house. How could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move. Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim. He stared at Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8, and so on. Their numbers were astonishing. This is... In graceful chaotic duel stage, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison. Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, his killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against Providence in one fell swoop. But, unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness. They were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 Extreme Formation. Big Sister, Fairy Li Shan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw a blazing heaven demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's eyes, blazing heaven demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks, as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 Extreme Formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Li Shan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the Gu formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunsheng realized at once. He felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a super force that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 Extreme Formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary Eternal Life Gu? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the celestial court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the superforce with the most Gu immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the superforce with the most Gu immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what shadow sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous 2 waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Zither music suddenly resounded, coiling around people's hearts. The immortals' expressions changed, they felt the world spinning, some even fell down. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation was slowly activating. In the sky, starlight surged down like a blue tsunami, covering 100,000 li and pressing down heavily. Star Flow Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sect's immortals showed unswerving determination, they supported each other and charged up. Only Wuxia was left to deal with Heaven Overseeing Tower alone. Feng Yuan and the rest landed on the ground, their expressions were pale, they could not block the Zither Heart Grand Tribulation's power. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all, it was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal Gu house, how can they block the 2 Grand Tribulations? Dying under the might of heaven and earth is more glorious than dying of old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan's eyes were bleak, she looked at the sky as blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the Zither Heart Tribulation. The rest were still bitterly holding on. Right at this time, an incomparably vast and peerless aura suddenly rose from the ruins of Tian Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. The Shadow Sect's headquarters that Bai Ningbing could not find earlier had actually been set up by Shadow Sect long ago. Feeling such an aura, all the Gu immortals present were shaken. Even the rank 8s of Celestial Court had pale expressions, their gazes were filled with fear. Shadow Sect's immortals, however, showed overjoyed expressions. Our main body has moved. Boom. A huge and sinister ghost hand suddenly stretched out of the immortal aperture's entrance. Rank 9 aura surged. A formless chi wave swept out in all directions. Rocks flew, smoke and dust rumbled. This is? Hey Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were tongue-tied. Spectral Soul, rank 9 Demon Venerable, what is there to fear? He is already dead, his soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years, he is no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right, everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many Soul Path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he is not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a rank 9 existence. Even these rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move, leads soul into dream. Wuxia used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Wuxia, and at this moment he obtained extremely good results. Even a rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Wuxia alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon he succeeded. As long as Wuxia set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together, they would fall into his trap. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu House. Even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. But it was only a damaged object, it was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves? Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact. 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air. They were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu House, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that primordial origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, star constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then, after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu Immortals sneered. Die on the way up the mountain. Not even a corpse was left, even the soul was destroyed, so what? This is what I've been pursuing all my life. Boom! At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light, shattering Spectral Soul's ghostly hand. He regained his freedom. After all, it was a rank 9 Immortal Gu House. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals pursed their lips. Looking at this towering giant in front of them, they felt extremely stifled. As expected of Spectral Soul, his demonic might is truly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. His aura surged as his silver hair and beard fluttered in the wind. His sleeves fluttered like battle flags. His battle intent was like fire. It quickly spread to the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals. The Immortals' eyes burned with fire. Providence cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even you, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who once slaughtered the world and slaughtered all living beings. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of Heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower together. The Immortals were united. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked down, growling as he waved his arms rapidly. Spectral Soul's entire body had a speed that did not match with his body size. In an instant, several ghostly hands grabbed onto Heaven Overseeing Tower, wrapping it tightly in their palms. Ghostly hands stretched out one after another, overlapping and suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The celestial court's Gu immortals were unwilling. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light passed through the gaps of the ghostly hands, shooting out like sharp swords. More than 10 ghostly hands overlapped, but they started to shake slightly. At this point, Spectral Soul ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. His 3 heads looked up at the sky with a solemn gaze. Even though he was thousands of feet tall, the sky was taller, it was still above his head. As if enraged by Spectral Soul's arrogance, a powerful thundercloud storm was brewing in the deepest part of the sky. The feeling of the end of the world enveloped the immortals here. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Eternal damnation. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals were speechless. Above the grand tribulation, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. If a rank 8 Gu immortal passed 3 of them, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was furious. It seemed to know that the grand tribulation was useless against Spectral Soul, so it directly created a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation wind lightning prison. Fast, fast, fast. The myriad tribulation suddenly erupted. It was out of everyone's expectations. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal. She touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back. He smiled arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword qi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant! Hei Lulan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm, interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled. He felt something amiss. You are an otherworldly demon. You are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 immortal Gu has already been deduced by Old Man Inkstone. In my current state, I cannot use it anymore, right? Wuxia was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 1022. Not just the Beastman Gu immortals, even the Celestial Court Gu immortals who saw this were shocked. Greater the demon. Demon. This spectral soul is completely obsessed. Even though there is an objective cause, his heart is filled with demonic nature. He thinks that nothing cannot be killed. His greatest joy is killing. He thinks that the core of the great Tao of heaven and earth is killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable and cause the greatest massacre in the world. Even the pain of his soul being torn apart feels wonderful to him. He looks calm and rational, but he has already gone insane to the extreme. Nobody can save him. He is beyond redemption. I have to admit, an invincible heart is the foundation of an invincible body. His understanding is simply demonic, but because of this, his heart is not shaken. Everything can only reinforce the most erroneous belief in his heart. Myriad tribulations are discouraged, they might not be able to restrain him. Even though he is no longer a demon venerable and cannot be invincible body, his heart is still invincible. The celestial court Gu immortals disgust, anxiety, fear, disdain, and hatred were written all over their faces. Chirp, 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 chirp. Right at this time, in the sky, there was a clear and melodious chirping of birds. The celestial court Gu immortals looked up and were overjoyed. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation gray memory has not passed, but another myriad tribulation is about to descend. Spectral soul demon venerable defied heaven. Once he revives, all living beings will perish. Heaven will not allow him to do that, thus, an unparalleled tribulation will descend. It's impossible for him to succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and denser. Clear jade light shined in the sky. A large group of birds formed a formation. They flew down. Myriad tribulation grand clear space. Among the celestial court Gu immortals, someone recognized this move. It looked like flying birds, but it was the unparalleled power of space path. Wherever the birds flew, the world would be cleared. Nothing could be left behind. Its power was terrifying and unheard of. This is grand clear space? In history, there were Northern Plains predecessors who failed to pass this tribulation, but after surviving, they were inspired and created the immortal killer move 3 Wings Blue Bird. Later generations used it to dominate the North region. That's right, it's this tribulation. Under the ardent expectations of the celestial court's Gu immortals, the jade bird descended, flying around the mountain like spectral soul. Wherever the flying bird went, it was like a sharp blade was stabbing into the body, creating long and deep wounds. Wounds covered his body. Soon, spectral soul's body was in a terrible state. Spectral soul did not react. Wuxia, who was on the ground, screamed loudly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was also nervous. Gray fog coiled around spectral soul. It seemed to be its power that allowed spectral soul to be immersed in the past. Countless colorful smokes were thousands of zhang high in the sky. The surrounding 100 li rumbled as countless scenes appeared, displaying spectral soul demon venerable's rich life experiences. Suddenly, behind spectral soul's head, colorful smoke expanded, forming into a huge veil. He pushed away all the images around him. On the screen, there was a green light. This was the green heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu masters were fighting with a group of Featherman Gu immortals. Spectral soul was still a Gu immortal. He was mixed in. His black robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He rampaged in the battlefield with intense killing intent. Humans, you are going too far. The Featherman Gu immortal leader shouted angrily, throwing out an immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. It seemed like she had gone through an intense battle. Qing, don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how can I live? Mo Yao hugged sword immortal Bo Qing, crying helplessly. Bo Qing weakly held Mo Yao's hand. At this point, I will not hide anything from you. I come from Shadow Sect. I was originally a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable. You loved the wrong person falling in love with me. It will only cause you to suffer. Go, quickly go. If not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook. She shook her head. She rejected firmly, no, I won't go. I don't care what your identity is. I only know that we love each other deeply. That is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. I cannot live with you, but I can die with you. Oh. Wuxia watched from the side, clicking his tongue. He had a look of surprise on his face. Gray fog rumbled endlessly, the scenes around Spectral Soul became even more chaotic. Earlier, it was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now, it was split into 7 people. These 7 people had only inherited a small portion of the foundation, they all had their own hardships and pain. Moreover, every once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body in Obsession Death Domain would travel Reverse Flow River and send out his split souls. This made the scenes even more chaotic. However, there was still a huge scene that attracted everyone's attention. The 6 people from Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch to leave the door of life and death. They had all become immortals now. It is my fault. Green spoke. If I did not ask Green to teach that unscrupulous merchant of jewel yellow skies a lesson, Green would not have fallen in love and betrayed us, even exposing his main body. This is not your fault, Green. Green, Z comforted him. This is a trap set up by the will of the heavens. Didn't you realize it? When we were mortals, it was not obvious. But as our cultivation level grew, nothing went smoothly, we became more and more troubled. No matter what we do, there will be unexpected changes and setbacks. We need to deal with Green's matter quickly, otherwise, it will interfere with our main body's plan. What should we do? Green walks the path of Sword Path, he has the strongest battle strength. Do we need to gather together and get rid of him? Even though this is possible, the price is huge and the risk is high. I have a plan. If we succeed, we might be able to get Fairy Mo Yao to join us. Purple said leisurely. Plan. Purple smiled. Green fell in love because of Spirit Affinity House's signature Immortal Goo, Love Love. This goo is rank 9, its power is unrivaled, Green's fall is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete, he will not be able to defend against such an attack. But coincidentally, I gained some insights today, my wisdom path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster. In the future, when the main body revives, the calamities and tribulations will be even greater. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded. We can leave now, this probe against Providence has ended. But why is Chu Rong not back yet? At this time, Fairy Jiangyu appeared with a terrible expression. Chu Rong is dead, the operation to retrieve ordinary thatched hut failed. What happened? Qin Baisheng was slightly shocked. Chu Rong has Fire Path Grandmaster attainment level. He has rank 7 cultivation level. He is 3 Thatched Demon Immortals inheritor. Fairy Jiangyu said, this person has hidden himself deeply, his methods are ruthless, even I could not return. 3 Thatched Demon Immortal forget it. I will give up on ordinary thatched hut. The plan is about to start. We cannot expose our identity because of this immortal goo house and cause Providence to attack us prematurely. Qin Baisheng thought for a while before saying, Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's group had grim expressions as they faced the Central Continent goo immortals. Qin Baisheng's gaze was fixed on Feng Jioga as he sighed. Providence's attack has already arrived. In order to protect the pawn Fang Yuan, Inkstone helped him conceal his tracks. Central Continent's goo immortals investigated Fang Yuan, but after following the clues, they ended up investigating us instead. What do we do now? Fairy Jiangyu asked. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Qin Baisheng gritted his teeth. Cough cough. Inkstone coughed nonstop. His face was pale, he was so weak and exhausted that he felt like he might not be able to catch his breath. This time, I used Heavenly Secret Goo and used 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that Spring-Autumn Cicada's condition was not good, it had already been used. Seeing that Fang Yuan came to Etion Mountain in advance, he clearly knows about the battle at Etion Mountain. This means that my main body had already failed once. So he used that red lotus true inheritance to revive Fang Yuan. Going back to the past and changing the future. Fortunately, it is only a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, there is no need to fear it. In that case, Fang Yuan is an excellent benchmark. Looking at his performance, I will be able to deduce more things. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just search his soul? Would it affect the overall situation? According to my arrangements, Bo Qing, 7-star child, and the rest have already tried to delay Celestial Court. This result should be much better than my previous life. Old Man Inkstone sat in a pavilion. He looked at the white fog on the green mountain. It was changing unpredictably. Zombie Alliance has also made arrangements. It can be used as a backup plan to salvage the situation. Of course, it would be best if we can preserve it. Sigh, I hope I won't need to use it. After using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I still have over 20 years of lifespan left. It is time to die. It is only natural for my split soul to return to my main body. But before I die, I will deduce the tribulations for my main body. A long while later. Cough, cough, cough. I did not die? That means I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it's every generation of shadow sects think tanks, after countless deductions, they finally achieved a qualitative change. This is quite ironic. With Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, a Wisdom Path Killer move can deduce the contents of the tribulations. However, this Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth. When he was alive, he did everything he could to get rid of the main body's influence. To think that after death, he would actually help Shadow Sect so greatly. Seeing this, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were pale with fright.